They do. Oh, thank you for the preemptive. For the heads up. Now I know. Was that your actual account?
That was the actual account. Yeah. Hi. Hello.
Oh. Yeah.
How you
Hi. Hello.
How you
Hi there.
doing?
Hello. All right. So, welcome back, everyone. It's our last little get together for quite some time. So let's do something. Last we had left off, you guys were continuing the journey to Metchroma, delivering the word of the events that happened in Drillheim, as well as pass along important stuff like things you've seen along the way, the fact that you've set up a sort of quick and easy transportation network via trees due to Elevorn stopping and communicating with multiple large trees that she had found along your way to Metchroma. You came across a town a while before Metchroma that had been attacked by green dragons, presumably the same green dragons that you had earlier saw in the wastelands that seemed to have done battle with the brass dragons of that area. The town itself, covered in a layer of poison that, due to the location of the town, was not able to ventilate out or escape and just lingered there. You found and saved an older dragonborn alchemist by the name of Aker, who filled you in on what had happened there to his knowledge. And the four of you, Svenkrid and Vos, are ready to continue your way to Metchroma, unless there's something else. So, unless you guys want to have any questions or wish to do something else, are you continuing to go mist form to Metchroma, or was there something else you wanted to do while you were in the area?
I think we're good to keep going.
Okay. So, traveling as the wind, you take to your mist forms, pass over the town, and continue to follow Vos's lead towards the capital city. After some time in the air, another break for food and drink, continuing over, eventually the landscape beneath you turns to that of a thick and dense forest. Skimming the tree lines, you can see it is very much alive with all kinds of life, plants, animals, and as you get closer to presumably the city, you can even see some dragonborn making their way through the trees. You can see a couple paths, some made seemingly intentionally, some just by happenstance of well-traveled paths where the brush and dirt showed the footfalls of people over time had made their own artificial paths. You see the occasional hunting group stalking and tracking game. You see groups of what seem to be foragers, large baskets getting filled with various berries and other herbs, vegetation from the forest itself. Still, though, even this far out, no sign of the city. As you continue, could somebody or two people, please make a perception check. At this point in time, it is getting towards mid to late afternoon. Based on the direction you're traveling, the sun itself is beginning its descent in the sky behind you. So you're heading east-ish.
That is 14.
Okay.
It's 26.
26. Okay. Elevorn, you are the first to notice, or maybe the first to realize that something is a bit odd about it. In the distance, you begin to see, creeping over the horizon, what appears to be like a glaring sort of bright light that sort of catches your eye, almost as if the sun is shining in your eyes. And for a moment, you adjust whatever vision you have as this mist form and avoid the glare, but then realize that, as I said before, the sun, based on the time of day, it's behind you, shouldn't be coming over the horizon. The first thing that hits you, it seems, would be the glare of a second sun, almost. As you change elevation in your point of view, you see a plateau, a large, hard to gauge the size, but perhaps 1,000-foot plateau beginning to make its way into your point of view, overlooking the sprawling forest below.
Does anybody else see the sun? I mean, this other whatever it is?
There's a small, stifled chuckle from Vos, who informs you. That is no second sun, Elevon. That is Metchroma.
Why does it look like that?
It is, well, better to see for yourself.
Okay.
So, as you get closer, getting well within view of being able to spot the details of the city, the glare subsiding as you get a little bit closer. You can see from atop the plateau, again overlooking the sprawling forest below, is the capital city of the Draconian diarchy, Metchroma. An imposing image against the backdrop of the azure sky, the glare from the colossal outer wall that had previously sort of semi-blinded you. The first thing that caught your eye. A metal plating covers the wall's exterior, reflecting the sun's light with a polished gleam. You can see that there are many different gates, portcullis, entrances that are scattered about, but the primary one from your point of view seems to be on nearing the further end of the city, as this wall goes to where, well, there's a fair amount of space, but the city itself is sort of backed up against the plateau, providing really only one point of entrance or point of attack. It's a very defensive position how it's set up. So, are you circling around to like where you can see streams of people, carts entering, leaving the city, looking like ants from your point of view? You could either um, you could go around towards there if you want to. It seems like that's the main thoroughfare into the city. You can see that the plateau tapers off back down around towards the forest where you had seen the people that were hunting, gathering.
Let's say I want to go the scenic route.
All right. So, circling around the walls of the city, taking in the view below. Um, Within the walls, you can see large, twisting metal spires and stone buildings that, on closer inspection, seem to have intricately carved scale motifs, almost like instead of rectangular bricks being laid for the buildings, these overlapping sort of scale patterns, scale pieces of stone are used to construct most of the buildings below. Most of the city that you can see is constructed of either stone or, to most of your surprise and disbelief, metal. Metal structures, buildings of this scale is something pretty alien to each of you. The city itself seems a meticulously planned labyrinth, perhaps a tribute to um, the dragons that they share land with and the complexities of their lairs. And at the core of this labyrinth is a lone, towering spire amidst that is this like the centerpiece for a very large fortress that makes up the center of the city itself. Passing over this, and Vos is pointing certain little tidbits and things. You see that building over there that's for this purpose, etc., etc. So if you have any questions about the city, Vos can sort of be your tour guide from above, or you could head towards the entrance, or do whatever you want.
I think I would like a bit of a tour. I mean, it'd be better to have more information while we have this form than to not.
Okay.
Well, what about that address that I got from Acre?
I think for that, I'm not. I've only been here a few times. I don't know the exact layouts of the streets and such that intimately, but I'm sure once we get on the ground, we could find it, or at least ask for directions. I just know the basics, the idea of the city more than the details, really. But if you were to find a specific building or place of business, I couldn't point that out for you from here. Sorry.
Well, that would be okay. I can. Oh, if it's directions we need, then I wouldn't have to worry about it. It would be good to explore this area. Well, the area, but I don't really want to get distracted either. Which I have a feeling I will.
So this whole time that you have been sort of circling, you haven't crossed the threshold of the colossal wall that encircles the city itself. You've been flying around the edge of it so far, making your way towards the that front gate, but kind of taking, as Durand had said, the scenic route. But as you're heading there, Vos talks and explains to you, Durand, as you had sort of asked for a little bit more of a tour, as it were. He explains that large fortress in the center is what they call the Sovereign Spire. And it's a place of power in Medchroma. It's where the two thrones of power sit. From where the Chroma and Metallic regions govern and rule along with their circles of advisors. You can see from the towers and around that fortress the tapestries and flags bearing the draconian coat of arms. If any of you were to try to get closer, and fly over the wall, you would feel yourselves getting a little bit heavier.
So, is the city surrounded in something that... maybe not nullifies magic, but does something to it?
Are you gonna try to get closer?
Sure, I have to know. For science.
For science.
I mean, it would be completely by accident.
Okay. So as you are flying closer, at this point you are sort of a little bit above the city, flying down, and you can again feel yourself getting a little bit heavier as the rest of you are either behind or either not following or seeing that on you begin to see almost as if Duran's beginning to take form again. A light, sort of translucent visage of Duran begins to form, the spell seemingly starting to end.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well, can I leave?
Pull back?
Yes.
Alright. So from what you said, you were able to get over the city walls, but as you started a sort of like a descent, it's not like a straight, it's like more of a dome than a cylinder of an effect is what it seems. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't stretch eternally into the heavens, basically, whatever effect is protecting the city, as it were.
Okay, well that's cool. That is obviously why this place is very much still intact. A worry that can be lifted off of my mind.
Since your eyes were so keen, Alavorn, as Durand is sort of scouting out, getting the tour from Vos, you first hear a little bit of it, a little bit of a wing beat, and then you spot them flying towards the city. A seemingly squadron of flying, leather-winged creatures. Though, as they get closer, does not appear to be dragons. They're not large enough. If they are dragons, they are very, very young. But it is a creature that you have seen before. Once. It was one of the not one that you had faced, but a creature that another group had faced in the proving grounds way back when. Though this time there are multiple of them, and atop each wyvern seems a dragonborn rider.
My wind is tugging on Duran's wind, like if it was tugging on his sleeve. So, like, at that point, like, I'm like, look at it.
You see the wyverns, they fly maybe 150, pretty close to where you guys are now, heading down towards the city itself, towards that large fortress, the Sovereign Spire, at the center of the labyrinth of a city. You can see each of them dragonborn of various scale, color, hue, chromatic, metallic, both all wearing the same uniform with the same base insignia on their shoulders. They fly down in formation, sort of like a flying V formation, down towards that fortress, and just outside of it there seems to be a field of like a barracks, a military institution of some sort, where they land and sort of disappear from your sight behind various buildings and etc.
Well, that was impressive.
The longer that you guys stay up here and watch the goings-on of the city, it seems very active, very live, very bustling, and you get close enough that the smells of the city begin to hit you, even from up here in the sky. You can see multiple plumes of white and black smoke from many different points in the city. It seems very artisan, this city. The smells of the city are a unique combination of smelting metals and ores and smoking and cooked meats. That's kind of the scent that Metchroma gives off.
This smells way better than when we arrived at Vasselholm. I was wondering if you meant sewers. When you said the smell of the city, I was like,
oh no.
smell like a sewer.
So there seems to be like many, based on the plumes of smoke that you see, there are many smithies in the city itself. You'd imagine that the outer wall, at least, requires crazy amounts of maintenance and upkeep. The plating of the wall that you see does appear to be like it's not a sheer colossal wall of pure metal. It's just an outer sort of like an armor around the wall, essentially. And it's not flat to the surface of the wall either. It's a sort of concave, almost like making, I don't know how to, hold on. Let me draw it up.
Master of the pen.
It's like that shape. It would be from above, but a lot more of those. Basically, it's designed so that it catches and reflects light better, essentially. So the walls itself not only provide defense because they're walls, but also because any invader and attacking force would be essentially blinded on approach by the reflected light of the walls. So pretty much making Metchroma near impossible by conventional forces to be attacked during daytime, which makes it very tricky to attack at all in any sort of coordinated way. Does that make sense, Howard?
Yeah.
Sort of.
That's cool.
It will look like a star.
Yeah. Except it's not that exaggerated in like because those individual plates from our those segments are small in comparison to the whole of the city, so it would look a lot more like a proper shape, like sort of an ovular rectangle kind of. You don't see that dramatically the concaves because there are each individual section is like that. But anyways, there are no more, unless you have questions for Vos or things that you guys want to discuss. Questions specifically about, I guess it would be Metchroma or the diarchy itself. As Vos admitted, more specifics about the city he's not as familiar with. He's only been here a few times. He is from Drillheim.
That's fine. It's probably time we come down and explain everything that's happened in Drillheim. And more.
Well, we'd have to find someone to explain it to first, so... suppose we better go if we intend to get an audience with someone before sunset. Circling around and descending down to a fair distance before the large main gate of the city, you come to and you're a bit off the road in a nearby tree line as the path that leads up the plateau towards Metchroma does again come from a very thick forest. So you're not in the thickest bit of it, but still enough that if you wanted to, you could descend, turn back into your corporeal forms, unless you wanted to just fly right up to and turn back in front of the guards or whatever. I'm giving you options.
I don't think we really need to be discreet. It's not like we're hiding anything. So, I mean, whatever gets us in quicker. Personally.
All right, so just in plain view, just you're going like just right up to the front gate and just doing it, or just flying in. Flying in would make you get in there pretty quick.
Yeah, but then
Don't know how
I don't know.
safe.
Yeah, exactly. I think we'd like fall.
I mean, if I'm just saying, if speed is your optimal and only objective,
I want to dive in there like a meteor.
let's make an entrance.
Superman dive. Just land on one knee.
Break your leg, yeah.
Yeah.
They never show that bit.
No, just I don't think there's any reason for us to need to be discreet. It's not like we're gonna pop up and be like, "Oh, guys, you know, we're incompetent, but we bring you evil tidings."
You can see, it seems like there is a bit of tension at the front gate. There are a dozen or so guards to the city itself. The portcullis, the main gates, are completely closed and shut as you begin to you hear speaking in Draconic around era. You both understand they are separating and inspecting people who wish to gain access to the city in batches, essentially. So you can see there are hunters who look like traders. There are gatherers with carts full of various foods that picked from the forest you mentioned below. There and just people wanting to get access to the city. Their goods, wares being inspected by the guards, and once they are cleared, that batch of people is let into the city, and the next batch, as dictated by the guards, begins the process of being inspected. So while Metchroma itself does not seem to have suffered the fate of Drillheim or the town that you had passed, they definitely seem to be very much on alert. This does not seem to be normal procedure. And if there's any question, Vos confirms that suspicion. Svenkrid speaks up. They already seem a bit on edge. Perhaps it's not best that we do anything too startling. Let's at least find a place out of view to return to our forms and gain access to the city.
I see, okay.
So it's not far from the path that you guys can find a tree line to return, drop the spell, and basically, if you want, you can walk to the road and make your way towards Metchroma. The sun now beginning its descent in the sky, you can see the walls of Metchroma sort of reflecting that light and bathing themselves and the entire area in the amaranth and orange hues of the setting sun. It's very spectral and strange yet pretty. As you approach the city, you find yourself in one of the final batches in this line. There's maybe one or two more behind you. You're alongside what appears to be a group of foragers. Based on just observing and standing next to them, even those that don't speak Draconic, you can tell that it seems like this middle-aged female dragonborn, scales of bronze, seems to be leading this little expedition. Their carts of various fruits, berries, herbs, vegetation, vegetables that they had brought in from the forest are being pulled by beasts of burden, though not the typical beasts of burden of the Empire, as in horses or oxen, but by creatures that more resemble Elevorn, your shit, why don't I remember what they're called? Help me.
Is it like Aurochs?
No.
Like the fairy dragons?
No. The drakes, yeah, the drakes. So large, muscular, almost like dragon-like creature without the wings, almost more like just large, muscular lizard drake creatures. Around here, they are, it seems like, predominantly, if not exclusively, brass drakes. Catching your glances and eyes at them, Vos, much like what I've heard, horses are predominantly used on your world. Drakes here can be used both for carrying individuals, ferrying goods, or some are bred for war. as well. Clearly not these, though.
You mean there's a chance that we could ride them one day somewhere in some time?
I don't see.
There is a possibility. Wait, can anyone just do it, or is there like a permit for? I'm just asking, very normal questions out of.
Well, I'm sure that there are places, certainly within Metchroma, that we could rent one. At least there was before. I'm not sure.
Oh my God, Elevorn, did you hear that? We can probably ride one or something. And I mean, I'm not that excited about it, but I'm very much excited about it. Elevorn, we can ride. I mean, like, I know we've turned into other things, but it's always been a dream of mine to ride. I'm sorry, this isn't the place for that. It doesn't matter. Anyways, continue.
Elevorn is examining them while Elevorn's talking, and she's like nodding her head excitedly.
Yep. The whole time that Era had been talking, writing letters with her sister, learning Draconic out of spite. I imagine now, based on that, this is like a weeb's first time in Japan.
Right?
So, as you are approached by the guards, you see them going over and inspecting the cart, some of them making small talk with the foragers, as they're probably the same people that they had seen leave earlier in the day. Then you're approached by a blue dragonborn, wearing the armor, regalia, and crest of the city and the Draconic diarchy. Looks to you all, and though you have seen more than just dragonborn here in Draconia, Elevorn, Era, Neridion, you most certainly are the minority. And that realization is apparent, as it's either that you stand out, or, as he puts, I do not recognize you. It is... what business do you have here?
I'm not entirely sure who exactly we need to speak to, but we have news of the happenings in Drillheim.
Vos speaks up, and I can confirm I was one stationed there. Yeah. Juka was my commanding officer. He sent me ahead with these people to explain the situations and perhaps find out what exactly has been going on. Drillheim. I heard it was all but lost. Do you have any proof what you say being true?
Elevorn is going to kind of kick it around a little. Just, like, she's not gonna say anything. She's gonna, like, kick his heel or something, like... we're not from Drillheim, I'm going to say in common. Because I heard Drillheim.
Mm-hmm.
We're from the Arlesian Empire. And I nod, not entirely.
I'm Svenkrid backs you up and nods. It's true. Myself and Drand here represent both the Empire and the Platinum Ages. We journeyed 3 months to get to arrive at Drillheim, and while there, we aided in defending that city from the attacks that it had suffered. Now it is on its road to recovery, and we bring word of both its fate, current state, and more that we have discovered on the way. By the time this conversation is going on, the foragers seem a little bit impatient, but attentive to trying to eavesdrop in on the conversation. A couple more guards have joined the blue dragonborn side, and they begin to do just a sort of trying to make sure that they're searching you for more or less.
Can I take out a potato from my bag and give it to him?
You can. They decline. Nothing too intrusive about their searches, but once they're done, they return. They step back a few feet, and the blue dragonborn says, "All right." He motions his hand up in the air. The gates begin to open. He looks towards the group of foragers and the others that were in your batch to be searched, and allows them through, and instructs or tells you, "I'm going to organize a team to escort you to someone who can confirm your story. And if they find it, essentially, I'm here to protect Metchroma. What you come here with, who you come claiming to be. It is above my pay grade to decide what to do with you." So, if you would, be patient, and we will have you escorted to and then aside in Draconic he speaks to someone else in a whisper. Dran, Era, make perception checks to see if you can pick up what he's saying.
Oh, I got a 10.
Okay. Devon?
Ron gets a... Go.
Hmm?
16.
16. Alright, Devon, you pick up the blue dragonborn speaking with one of the other guards. Who exactly should we send them to? The advisor Ignis or Night River? The other one turns back. He could see it being either, and I'm sure they shared information anyway, but if what they claim is true, it seems it would be more than advisor Night River's circle of expertise. The blue dragonborn nods and then turns back to you. Alright. You all will be escorted to meet with Advisor Knight Riva. You can tell him your story.
All right.
So, being escorted and watched closely by a group of 4 of the Draconian guards, you enter through the portcullis into the city, where, looking back on the colossal wall, you can see it that it was just a metal plating. The other side is the core stone structure of the wall. As you are led further into the city, following the labyrinth-like twists and turns of it, you quickly find yourselves lost. Like, you occasionally, Elevon, you pull out and look at that paper with the address and try to make heads or tails of where it would be and where you are, but based on first time here, being on the ground in Metchroma is a lot more confusing than seeing it from above, and it wasn't the easiest thing to comprehend with an aerial view even.
So how does a dome work? I'll say, I guess I'll say that while using thaumaturgy on like a light to try to make it brighter.
Okay. You say that, you cast the spell on a nearby lantern that very dim as the sun is just beginning to set. It's not at its full brightness, the nearby oil lantern, and the light from the flame does grow, as you would expect. Svenkrid notices, and well, it seems like it would be more of a barrier than a field.
Are we under arrest? Because I feel like we're under arrest. Would they take us to jail? Because I don't know what they said.
One of the guards that has heard you, a copper dragonborn, laughs and turns. No, you are not in any sort of trouble. If what you have said is true, we just have to take caution, especially with people we do not recognize.
Okay,
There have been
that's fair.
so very few travelers of any kind making recently. Well, and apart from, you don't have the look of refugees about you.
No, oh, sorry, Aaron, you can.
Oh no, no, you can tell. Right.
Oh, you should. I'm just nervous.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of glad there are guides because I probably would have gotten lost 2 feet in, so it kind of helps, I guess.
Vos explains not only the walls, the wards, but the city itself. Its layout provides to the defense of the city. It is, as I said before, the most defensible city in the world.
So has there been any issues with like refugees coming in? I mean, I know why you would take precautions, with the skies and dragons. What about the refugees themselves?
From behind you, a gold dragonborn, one of the other guards, speaks up. we make provisions, make space. This Metchroma is the beacon of our civilization. If it cannot care for her people, then truly this disaster will claim us. But we can weather this. Metchroma can weather this, as will Draconia. And it all starts here.
Well,
And a green dragon that stands across from him, the other rear guard. And it is not like they are simply mouths to feed. Everyone has a sense of pride about them. Most of our foragers now are comprised of those seeking asylum here from across the water. There is work to be done. We all do our parts.
can I tug on Era's sleeve and just kind of quietly try to be like, I know it's like a bustling city, so this would be hard.
Sure.
But, you know, I just be like, did you mean, like, are they in league with the dragons? Or, you know, is that what you were talking about? Because that's what I thought you meant.
The refugees being in league with the dragon?
Yeah, like, I didn't know she was asking if they found refugees that were, like, you know, part of this whatever's going on.
Yeah, I
Like-
guess just like general like aside from like I guess like dealing, I was referring to I don't know, because we don't really know much in context to what's going on other than what we've seen, that certain dragons are, you know, attacking and stuff like that. But we don't know, and that it started on the other side. But I don't know. I guess I'm just asking general questions.
Talking out loud, or is this
Um,
loud
I'm
enough such that they could hear, or are you trying to keep it just between you and Elevorn?
it's a good question.
I said it without thinking of how I said it, so that probably means it was loud enough to hear. So
Yeah.
the first dragonborn that had the copper one that had responded to you. We each do our part here. Ours keeps us out of the loop on certain things. I could not offer you much more than rumors, though. When we get to Advisor Night Rivers, I'm sure that he could answer those questions for you.
I'll respond in Draconic. It's rude to eavesdrop on conversations, but I appreciate the sentiment and the work that you do here. Sorry.
What did you say about chickens?
Chickens. This is.
Sorry. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I think they're fine. Actually, so, I mean, aside from rumors, I guess it is a question. I'll hold off. It's fine.
So, you approach another, seems like checkpoint of sorts. This outer wall of that inner fortress, this, as Vos had mentioned before, the Sovereign Spire. Along the way, you got a closer look at these buildings with their carved scale motifs, and the craftsmanship in each individual building alone is quite astounding. That the care would be for especially a city this size with this many buildings. Peering over those buildings from adjacent streets blocks away, you can see those sort of twisting metal spires, the purpose of which you're unsure. You can see some of them, most of them, do seem to be buildings in and of themselves, adorned with windows and walkways that coil around the outside, but their exact purpose you're not sure. However, from the top of each one, a large tapestry that waves in draconian colors. As you get to the outside, the guards that have been leading you speak with the ones that hold the gate for the Sovereign Spire, and the gate is opened for you as you pass, and eyes are on each of you as you go in. Small nods you notice in your direction, though not sure who it's directed towards. Maybe Duran, maybe Svenk, maybe Vos, maybe one of the rest of you. Hard to tell. As you enter, the gate is closed behind you, and you're inside of this fortress, the Sovereign Spire, where again it is laid out very meticulously. You can see the main castle out ahead of you beyond what looks like other administrative buildings. Large homes, mansions, manors of, well, probably very important people here in Metchroma. You are taken perpendicular, not towards the castle itself, but down a separate street. And hanging out over metal rods from each of these offices, buildings, homes are proudly presented flags and tapestries of Metchroma. And at this point, because I have spent so much time doing it, I will describe the coat of arms to you whether you like it or not. Again, hanging down from each building is the Draconian coat of arms. A shield divided diagonally. The top half is colored in vibrant hues, bearing an elemental flame encircled by a band of draconic scales of the chromatic dragonborn. The bottom half is in muted metallic colors. It features an open book set against a backdrop of metallic bands in the various metals of the metallic dragonborn. At the center, where the two halves meet, is the visage of a large dragon's head, half chromatic and half metallic. One of its eyes gemstone and the other a brilliant metal. Above the shield is a knight's helmet, and from it a flowing mantle of dragon scales. The shield itself is supported on either side by two dragon figures, one chromatic and one metallic. And below the shield, written in Draconic, so that would be amongst you, Deland and Eric and Reed, is the motto or creed of Metchroma. And it says, "In strength and wisdom we soar." And that's it. Please clap. Stop.
Wait.
No, it was nothing. No, it was, thank you. I couldn't take credit. I really couldn't.
No secret underground beholders or anything in this big old city, huh?
Not displayed on the coat of arms anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, the motto is, under the city, We have a beholder. What could it mean? Scholars have debated the motto of the Dragonborn for years.
Oh man.
But no one could have predicted that it meant that beneath the city there was a beholder. Svenkrid talks to Vos. This advisor Night River that we are going to speak to, do you know anything about them? Night River itself is a curious name. And, so, that's in Draconic, not coming up with, I'm not translating it, so that's the sort of roughly Draconic to common translation of the name would be Night River.
Oh. So
And
Draconic
Vos
to common
explains-
is Night River?
Night River, yeah. That's the name of the advisor that you're going to see. I don't want your translations, dude. So Vos explains, to the best of his knowledge, that each regent, basically each monarch, because Draconia has that, dual monarch system, has a circle of advisors. One for the chromatic regent, one for the metallic regent. And each of those advisors, essentially, both their title and name once they assume that position is based off of some legendary dragon of ancient times. So this advisor Night River wasn't like, they weren't born Night River. That's the name that they assumed when they took the position. Sort of like how, to my understanding, that's why you have names change with titles, something that has happened in history somewhere, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like the
That.
monarchs of England, they change their name when they become sometimes.
Yeah. So
Not
that,
all,
but
some
not
do.
with the monarchs, but with the monarchs' advisors, basically. Vos continues to explain, in common for all of you, that each circle is made up of 5 advisors, and one for each color or metallic variant of Dragonborn. So the advisor Night River that you're going to see is one of the advisors to the Chroma Regent. And Vos says, I don't know exactly what it is that they are responsible for. But when we are going to meet Advisor Night River, he is the Black Dragonborn who advises the Chroma region. So at this point, the sun has set. Its light still cresting cresting over the walls of the city, giving you enough to go off of to see. The lights of the oil lanterns that line the streets are being lit and made to brighten up the cities. You can see individuals going down and lighting the lamps as they do. passing by spectacular home after spectacular home, you get to a plot of land that houses a 3-story manor. The outer gate of it does have 2 flags with the Draconian coat of arms on it, but it also has forged into the metal of the gates themselves what looks like a family crest as well. Personal guard stands at the gate as a conversation is had between your escorts and him. I advise the Knights River was not expecting anybody this evening. Yes, well, this is a very important circumstance, otherwise we would not be here. These individuals here claim to be from the Aletian Empire, and them, as well as Vos, one of ours, claim to have news of what happened in Dulheim. And the eyes go a little wide and nod. One moment, please. The guard goes back, knocks on the front door of the estate. The door is answered by what seems to be what looks like a servant, based on their dress. Conversation is had. Servant retreats back into the manor, and a few minutes later, after the guard has come back to the gate, doors open again, and looking back, gives a nod, and the gates are open for you. The Copper Dragon looks to the others and says, once their business here is done, I will escort them to a place where they could find lodging for the evening. Stick around just for a while until we are sure that everything has gone smoothly. And this is the conversation that you guys hear as you're walking through the garden that leads up to the manor. The door is still open. You are allowed access. And standing there in the main hall foyer is a black dragonborn. Looks a bit older than Durand by a fair amount, but younger than you may have perhaps expected from an advisor to a king. He's standing there. The scales are healthy and dark, not like Baljan showed another black dragon that you guys know, showed his age a bit in the graying and sort of off-color bits of his scale, of his black scales. These, like a fresh coat of paint black. He looks at you, the eyes slightly red, but not holding malice. He walks down a far set of stairs to approach. Between you, standing at the ready, is a servant wearing very simple, what looks to be comfortable slacks, looks like near bedtime wear, and a very soft, very nice looking robe. He speaks I apologize for my appearance, but I did not wish to keep you waiting as I dressed into something more appropriate for the severity of your claim. He looks to his guard and gives him a nod. Then the guard exits the house and closes the door behind. Do any of you care for tea, refreshments? I can't imagine you've had a break in some time. Even just making the journey from the gates of the city to this place would be enough to exhaust one.
I got that. It has been a bit of a long journey. I would definitely appreciate that.
That's anybody else?
Oh, yes, thank you.
He looks to the servant and tea then, please. Enough for everyone. If you will join me in the sitting room, I should ask after the information that you have. Forgive my impetuousness, but I would like to hear what you have to say before the tea is done. You all follow him to a room that seems to have a freshly. Why isn't the music working?
I don't know. You don't have a link on it.
I did.
It makes it go away, I think.
It's just not doing it.
Oh, what
Just
a little
not doing it, dude.
bastard.
It's just not working. How am I supposed to
This one?
DM if I don't have ambiance?
Let me try. Wow, you bastard!
What?
It's not listening.
It's just not listening to anything?
He's not listening to me. What if I close this? And this.
Alright. Well, I guess it's not working.
Don't let it stop you. Keep going. I have the link. I'll keep trying.
Okay. So you're led into a room that seems like many expensive paintings, portraits, small figures, statues adorning nicely carved wooden like end tables. And a lot of the interior decoration, in stark contrast to what you had seen in the city thus far, is wood in here. A deep orange red color. Very beautiful, and it also gives off that sort of a little aroma, almost as if you are stood in a forest. Advisor Knight River takes a seat on one rather comfortable looking chair, invites you to sit where you may find. There is enough seating for all of you. He speaks as you all sit down in common, which is unlike Vose's, whose common seems a little bit less intuitive to him. He speaks common very eloquently and fluently, it would seem. The fact that you have been escorted here, you at least know who I am. If only my title, if only my name. Before we get down to business, who am I dealing with?
Well, my name is Durand. I am the Fang and Claw of the Planet of Mages back in the Arlesian Empire.
You guys move to the rest of you. Have you, as you all introduce yourselves? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, I would introduce myself as well.
Okay. As you continue through introductions, the tea is brought and poured for each of you individually. Handed a cup with uh, what smells like a very lightly flavored tea, almost like a sort of chamomile or more relaxing sleep time or take the edge off drink. Advisor Night River takes a sip of it before returning it to the small plate that it was presented on and placing it on a table at his side. You have been brought to me specifically as I am advisor to His Highness Lord Pyrrhus. My specific circle of expertise deals in information and acquiring it. Drillheim is an important strategic place of interest for our efforts, and when we stopped hearing word of it, when the scouts stopped returning, we had feared the worst. Now you come with news of Drillheim, one of our own, from the city itself. I can only assume that the rumors, the fears that we had were in some way incorrect. But as well, the arrival of their legions all at once, which I can assume, perhaps, tell me if I am wrong, that the two lining up are not coincidental.
First, thank you for the tea. It smells nice. But you know, no, the city was empty when we got here. We came before the whole fleet, and then we found them hiding from the dragons because we saw the dragons, and then we found them because we followed some teenagers who had snuck out of their hiding place into a cave thing behind the waterfall where they were waiting with the biggest battleship, and then we fought the dragons. A red one and one that spit acid stuff. It
A
was
black
bad.
one.
Yeah.
You are correct with Drohan being attacked, but As Elavorn had pointed out, those who have survived went into that cavern, and we assisted with eliminating the threat. But that threat seems to expand more than just Drillheim, and we've come to learn that Macroma would be safe, but we weren't sure.
Drillheim urgently needs supplies, and I need to get them there. They're survivors, and the Empire doesn't have supplies. We need to supply them somehow. They can't just survive off of nothing because much was destroyed, and anything that wasn't, the people lived off of for a time.
No.
Do you want to tell him?
This is about the tree. Wait, I mean, aside from the tree.
Not the tree,
Don't.
just the what we found out about the brass dragons.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we didn't find any. I mean, we found not to be they it seems that there were conflict in the lands and they're dead.
You can see him going, the eyes moving rapidly between all of you. You can see the wheels turning and the thoughts processing in his head. He takes his tea and takes a few measured sips from the cup before placing it back down, clearing his throat and continuing. How sure are you of what you say concerning the brass dragons?
We found the the I don't remember. Voss told me what it's called, but I don't know. So big. So big. Bigger than anything I've ever seen, creature wise.
See the eyes sort of squint almost in either pain or
If I
anger,
could get
perhaps?
supplies, maybe there's hope yet for this being?
That would make 3. Sorry, what did you mean about supplies for Drillheim?
Supplies for Drillheim, but also if I can perform a spell that would make a body for a creature that, as long as it hasn't just expired of old age. So maybe this, I don't know the right word, but it just seemed so awful. And there's a town, I don't know the name. Voss, what is that town we were at? That the green dragon's just filled with poison.
For Vos can respond, we are aware of that occurrence. Many of the recent refugees in the past couple of weeks have, in fact, come from there. You can see him prioritizing things in his mind. Drillheim. Voss. Is it ready to be secured again? I believe so, Lord Advisor. The threat to the city has been dealt with. The 2 dragons that had been plaguing it for months, dead. I can confirm that, as can any number of people still in Drillheim. The Empire is there, and they're working now, ever since we had defeated the dragons to shore up Drillheim's defenses and make do with what supplies that they have. We could get those people what they need. If we can get Drillheim what we need, it could still be used for the intended purpose that we had it going into this conflict. Advisor Night River nods.
Elcort's gonna turn to Era and go and kind of shake her a little bit because she's like she just remembered something. Like she's just sort of she's like, Era, in the ocean, that light or whatever it was, and how you can't send messages. I don't know how to explain it.
Oh, so on our way here, once we reached a certain point, we found that it was difficult to either communicate with anyone on the outside. Is that... Well, we call it the Sea of Stars because we saw it at night, but it wasn't stars exactly. It seems to be some sort of barrier that stops or prevents communication or...
Aware of the issue that you're speaking of, however, that is not within my realm of advisory. For that, we would need to speak with Advisor Tempest.
Tempest.
Yes, she could help you with that.
Thank you.
So if you have news about that, I'll make sure. He, at this point, after word of the brass dragons, he pulled off a small slip of parchment and has begun scrawling down little notes. She would be the one of interest to that. I will make sure that word gets to her.
I would need oils and unguents and things that I don't have.
What you had mentioned earlier. Perhaps shared priority, maybe even priority over Drillheim. What exactly are the supplies that you need for this undertaking? What you are speaking of, it is... I've heard of it, at least.
Okay, so out of care,
Yes, what?
I'm not exactly sure how to describe what it is I need, like in
I
character.
don't even know
like,
what it is
it's
that you...
like oils and unguents. So
I
like,
don't know what an unguent is.
It's like a reagent, I think. They're just like
A reagent? Just a
frankincense
reagent?
and myrrh and stuff like that. You know, like
Stuff and things totaling
Yes.
1,000 gold, please.
exactly. I'm sorry, guys. I just
No,
really
that's
don't
okay.
know. But I
Let
was
me
like,
look
I
up
don't
what
know
an
what to say.
unguent is. A soft, greasy, or viscous substance used as ointment or for lubrication.
I'm disappointed in you. I thought you got Alchemist to 100 on 11.
No, it's like 98.4 right now.
Wow.
What?
I expected more of you.
No, don't unlock that knowledge of what an unguent is until, 100.
I see.
Yeah, you have to get to 100 before you learn what a thing is. I got oils, though. I know what oils are. So rare oils and unguents worth at least 1,000 gold, which this consumes. You intend to... You found brass dragons. You found them dead, is what I understand. That is
Well,
concerning.
their adversaries are dead too. Some of them. I don't know if all of them. But, yeah.
You have given information, useful information, and I do trust the words that you have said. Well, some of you. The others may or may not be speaking the truth, however, cannot say for certain. Operating on the assumption that what you say is true, that would make the third great dragon that this conflict has claimed, that these, do not know what label you would call them, these sowers of chaos, have claimed.
Third of how many exactly?
There are 5 great metallic dragons, as there are 5 chromatic.
I just
Essentially the head of their respective flights. Before Drimtalon, gesturing towards you, the brass dragon leader, who you just informed me, there were 2 others that were sought out and slain by chromatic dragons. At least 2 others that we know of. Regalva of gold scales and May Marlin of silver. The other 3, well, until now, if what you say is true, we all but lost sight of. You come and you give information, and you had also asked for some in return, so I will tell you some of what we know concerning what has befallen our country. It arose across the waters in on what we call the wing of Draconia. The five major chromatic dragons formed a arrangement, a coalition. They call themselves the Children of the Scourge. As their name suggests, they were all fledgling hatchlings during the events of the Scourge. And though we don't know why it is they do what they do, we do know the results of their actions. Prior to these dragons coming together, the relative balance and peace of Draconia was established by, well, the faction-like tribalism of the dragons. But once these 5 got together, bringing with them their broods, they struck quickly and, to the surprise of all of us, including the now 3 great metallic dragons that they had ambushed and slain. We do not know what their goals are. Whatever it is, that is what we are working to oppose, to stop. It's them that have crossed over in beyond their own feuds amongst their own peoples and have started to lay waste to our people.
Is there any plan in place that you know of at the moment to stopping them?
Reaching out, well, attempts to reach out to the Empire before the block stopped us from communicating. There were talks of... Well, we did inform your emperor of the situation here, though an alliance was never expressly agreed upon. Your presence here has displayed the intents of the allegiance. At the moment, we are trying to stabilize. We are trying to hold on to what we have left before thoughts of a counter-offensive against a threat of this magnitude has not gotten out of the stages of being but a thought. We cannot start using resources, time, effort towards confronting an enemy that, well, at the moment, we are too in disarray, all things considered. If we tried, we'd just be throwing away lives and resources. So at the moment, we are stabilizing. Gathering information, finding out what we can.
Gathering information. What lines of communication do you have? Or do you rely on the rumors the people tell below?
As I said, my role as advisor, Night River, is in information gathering, espionage, and intelligence. I have my ways, my networks, my people. None of that is of a concern to you. My methods, my networks. The information itself should be more of interest.
Is there another place similar to Macroma? Maybe not like Chroma, but towards the other side.
Metchroma was chosen for its near central location to both sides of Draconia. Back when our two sides were at odds with each other before the building of Metchroma, we had our own individual capitals for our own individual nation. There may still stand what once was the capital of the Chromatics. Though any attempts to venture into those lands across the sea, or across the waters.
Hold on, we lost Sally.
Oh no. When did that happen?
I thought it was a bot for it was just now. I thought it was the bot for a second, but then I'm like, wait, I still hear the music.
Did that just happen?
Just now.
Yeah.
Okay. Did she say something?
Oh, I think she did say something.
Oh,
Maybe
her internet died.
No.
Oh, break time?
I guess it's time for break.
Okay. snickering behind their back and thinking, "Oh my god, I can't believe we lost to people called children. They're calling themselves children of the scourge. Oh my god." So I offer to you scourge baddies. Now, hear me out.
Oof, scourge Betty. I'm in. Oh my god, slay.
Oh my god, yes. Let him cook.
I am proud to say that it was all caught live.
Excellent. Getting back to it, you guys are in the middle of a very serious, thoughtful discussion with the advisor to one of the two regents of the Draconian diarchy, sitting here with the one that seems to be in charge, or at least overseeing, espionage and intelligence gathering, the Black Dragon, Advisor Night River. You had mentioned a method of getting goods, supplies, quickly to Drillheim. I will need to pass that information along, and those that can acquire and gather the materials needed, which I assume you have an idea of, and Vos nods. Alright, Vos, I will have people come get together with you. We'll find out what Drillheim needs, as well as I'll send some of my people to assess the situation there and get first-hand eyes on Drillheim's current state. That is, Drillheim settled. Moving on. Elevon. Your magics. You intend to bring one of the great dragons back. You saw the corpse of Drimtalon then.
I believe so, and only if they're willing.
This is such the way with things. I am curious, though, as your method. I am tangentially familiar with those magics, and they are generally a topic of controversy. However, controversial as it may be, I'm sure that even those that generally stand opposed to using such means could see the benefit in an ally such as Drimtalon, especially since him and the other leaders of the metallic dragons do seem to be a focusing point for the children of the Scourge. Not just for this moment. The hundreds of years of knowledge that will have been lost to us otherwise. It's for a convincing argument towards saving.
I imagine, like most leaders, they have an apprentice of some sort at some point. They prepare, if their time is near. But this didn't seem natural, and there is no natural... what do they do without a leader? I don't know the ways of dragons, just...
Well, like with any civilization that has any desires of lasting, there is a hierarchy even amongst the dragons. It might take a while for them to have having suddenly lost their leader, to organize and find who the next one or ones to follow are. But that is something that I cannot concern myself with.
Well, I mean,
Though-
it would be to the
Hmm?
benefit of the brass dragons to have Drum Challenge Act to help prepare, right? I mean,
I would
might not-
imagine so, absolutely. Were we to lose one of our regions, the chaos that would unfold as a new one is put into place, and that balance, that power balancing, bound to throw things into disarray. And if we, well, you, with our assistance, were the ones that would be able to return Drimtel into the world and to his people, well, that is an important ally sure to be made. As unfortunately, the swiftness with which the children of the Scourge struck, it prevented us from being able to actually get into contact with dragons of the metallic flights. The golds and silvers have been scattered on the death of their leaders, as I'm sure the brass are beginning to scatter now. We do not know whether or not those of the copper or the bronzes have been struck, but any place that we have known to look for them prior has been evacuated, and they seem to be either on the run or in hiding, probably trying to figure out what exactly is going on as we are.
We've seen a copper dragon before, no?
What'd you say?
We've seen a copper dragon before.
Yeah. You've seen one before. Are you saying that out loud?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
Here.
no. Back in the Empire.
That is quite a ways away. Probably unconnected from the goings on here. Not all, just as you're not related to every blue dragonborn, nor I to every black one. Not every copper dragonborn is of the same brood or flight.
Right, that's true. So, you said you're mainly gathering information, but that leads me to believe that there isn't any time soon that something will be done, but I would say that we don't act fast, more great dragons are likely to fall.
Yes.
Is there any way this can be expedited?
Which part are you referring to?
I suppose stopping these children of the Scourge.
Well, ideally, if there were such a clear path laid out before us, we would have taken it. However, beyond who they are, and what they have done, we do not know where they are going or what their plans are. We don't even know where their lairs are. We know what regions they command or had commanded prior to the chaos they have sown, which is a good indication that their lairs are probably still there. We do not know if they convene with each other. We do not know if they have a central location from which they organize. Even before these events, our civilization and that of dragons were, while we maintained the same continent, shared a space to live, there was little interaction.
About the dragons communicating, would another dragon know if one were to fall?
I'm asking if there's some link between dragons that supersedes the natural. I have not heard of such a thing. Outside of normal, well, means of communication, I do not believe that they have a sense of when another has fallen.
What do we know? There has to be some sort of like connection between the attacks that these dragons are making in their these specified locations. Like the attack on Johan must have been an attempt to try to stop, any type of goods from coming into the land easier.
Yes, our belief is that we still don't know their primary goal, what their objective is. We believe that they had struck out at the great metallic dragons as they served as the greatest threat to them. So, to eliminate the strongest of your potential adversaries early and swiftly with little chance at failure, well, it seems to have worked. As for the attacks on draconian cities, we believe it is meant to keep us in disarray, prevent us from organizing ourselves or with the metallic dragons to mount a counter-offensive. And it has worked thus far. As I had mentioned, we do not know the whereabouts of many of metallic dragons. If we did, well, there would certainly be acts of alliances to fight back these children of the Scourge. But why they are doing this, perhaps dominance, perhaps something else, we do not know an objective.
I believe that would probably come with time, but in the meanwhile, if we can this is
I am not the one you would speak with to establish or offer military or diplomatic advice or strategies to. I am an information gatherer. I pass the information on to those with the expertise in those specific areas.
I see.
Not
Right.
that I am not interested in what you have to say, just that I am not one who could act well upon your thoughts as much as another of my colleagues could.
Right, I understand. I mean, we were really just here for you to confirm the things that we were saying.
Well, with the information that you have, then would you be able to direct us to the correct people, aside from
Absolutely.
Tempest?
I have already begun a list, Vos, with regards to the materials, the resources needed for Drillheim. You will speak with advisor Thales and advisor Asen. Not worry, I will make it so that wherever you will spend the evening, you will be summoned in the morning. Elavon, these materials that you needed will also if it is agreed that what you have proposed should be acted upon, which I personally, should it come to a vote, am in favor of. You will also meet with Advisor Thalis.
Time is very short. I don't know how much time we have.
Is the morning too late? It is already beyond sunset. It would be difficult to get you what you need.
Do you have a better understanding of when the events that you heard of from the fight between the dragons had happened?
What are you talking about?
The brass and the green, right? Brass and green?
Oh, you're asking Elevorn?
Well, no, I'm asking this guy if he's heard of, like, if he can give us a more detailed,
You guys brought him that information. He
Oh, he
didn't
didn't know about it.
that.
Oh, okay, damn.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
When they attacked the town, might be valuable, right? Knowing that.
Yeah, that might be close to around the same time.
Yeah, maybe. So the attack on the town happened. That would have been 12 days ago now.
There isn't time then.
Svenker speaks up. Well, it depends. The fighting between the greens and the brasses could have gone on for more than a day. I'd imagine it would to forces such as that. It might be too late, but it's also... There still may be time. It's not unheard of for a battle to take days.
Well, I wasn't saying it's too late right now, but that to delay further would be risking much.
Then, if that's the case, then it needs to be now, and we shouldn't delay it further. We could explain the urgency and see if we can get those items at hand.
I know little about what it is that you're speaking of trying to do, but I do know some. And though your method of reaching out and bringing back one from the other side may differ, there is a constant with all of them in that done with too much haste and too little care, it is likely to fail. So I offer her an option. You leave with me a list of things that you will need to have this done. And you or another go out and attempt to find means of ensuring its success. Those that remain here, I will be able to guide us to the location where you had happened across Drimtalen's corpse and can lead us there once the materials have been acquired. By the time we get there, should it have been approved and agreed upon, with your hasty action, perhaps you would be able to have found something or someone to more assuredly ensure the success of your endeavor.
I don't know any brass dragons, or, you know, to. I guess I have to find them.
What you are requesting? I can only assume it is not a paltry amount of materials, monetarily speaking. Otherwise, you would have done it yourself. If resources and time are to be devoted to doing this, as well as having some individuals who I know will oppose this type of magic and affront to nature, its success would have to be as close to assured as possible.
Do
So,
dragons normally just go around killing each other? I don't think they do. It's not a natural occurrence. So if you speak of nature, or that is spoken of, that is something to remember. There is not balance here. There is the opposite of balance.
I hear your words, but that is to also imply that any who has fallen in battle or was murdered or took a tumble down a cliffside should be returned with magic. That is a, well, it was a philosophical argument that I am not in the mood to have right now, but
Olivorn kind of waves her hand a little bit, and she's like, no, people are different. People do kill each other. Sometimes over petty things, it happens. But I do not believe dragons are the same way.
oh, so you purport to be an expert on dragon culture.
Well, I mean, are they the same? I feel our wars and things, they don't go to battle all the time over territories or disputes over a sheep or whatever it is. You know, like it's different.
The forest has blinded you for the trees, Elevorn. You say you do not believe that dragons normally attack, kill each other. They are different from us, while you are standing in a war-torn country due to that exact thing.
But it was not as such before, right?
And before any
There's
two sides go to war, there was not war. But again, I am not a philosopher, nor
not-
is it important that we debate this. I'm here to gather, share information, and get actions going where they need to go. So, if it can be decided and agreed upon to attempt to bring Jim Talon back, we will need a list of provisions that you require. Someone will need to meet with Advisor Thalas, and I would strongly recommend trying to find either a brass dragon that remains or something to guarantee the success of your spell.
I agree we aren't here to debate. It's just that it's nothing.
That is the issue of Jim Talon. Was there anything else? The Empire is here. That will need to be addressed as well, but we could have people from... We could send people through with the supplies and provisions to speak with the Empire. organize with them. And, well, at that point, it is no longer in my field of expertise. And while you have my attention here, would there be anything we've not gone over, anything that still remains unanswered that I may be able to help you with as you have brought, well, all things considered, bad news included? Any information is a good thing.
Is there anywhere safe at all on the other side?
Our reach only goes so far. We know that it is chaos over there. We know that those that venture too far into the other side normally do not return. The state of the wing is volatile and mostly unknown to us. Our endeavors have been, as stated prior, to stabilize, to ensure the safety of what we can ensure the safety of before overstepping our bounds and overextending our reach. With news of Drimtalon and the victory there, as well as the arrival of the Elysian Empire, perhaps we can turn that corner. But as for now, if you want me to tell you where you can go on the other side that might not have been ravaged by a land that was already predominantly in the control, well, within the territories of many chromatic dragons, I cannot say anything for certain. Now, if you wanted to know prior to these events, the general whereabouts of the five that now call themselves the Children of the Scourge, that information we are privy to. How much of it still stands true, I cannot say with any certainty.
I understand, but information is still information. And even still, a dragon is still a dragon. I would feel dragons would always return to their lair, anyways.
Perhaps. But it is also that notion and perhaps that truth that led to the three that have fallen being found.
I suppose if I have any insight towards to the chromatic side, then I'll let you guys know. But even then, my line of intel isn't really accurate either. And, well, no matter. So the first, I probably should wait to speak with Tempest, huh?
If you are referring to your Sea of Stars, yes. She would understand that far better than I. She is also in service to the Chroma Regent, as am I. Her purview and realm of expertise lies more in the arcane, generally referring to how it can apply to warfare, but in this regard, I'm sure she will also have some insight, and, well, we have also experienced this blockage of communication. I can show that within her circle it has come up, and, well, the information would probably be very interesting to her.
Era is very interested in smiling. Guess it'll have to wait.
Well, I think we're just about done here.
Leans forward and pours himself another cup of tea. I'm looking to each of you. Are you sure? This meeting was more an exception than the rule. I do not know when. I normally would not be able to entertain visits on a whim.
Well, if I had any additional questions or us as a group, would you be alright if I just sent you a message if it needed an immediate answer instead of doing another meeting?
You could send a message, yes. Though I'm not sure if it's an important enough question, the immediacy of doing so. By the time I receive it and respond, that is.
As you pointed out, I am not familiar with this area, this land at all, or dragons really, and don't really know where to begin to look for a brass dragon or something important to a brass dragon. So if you have any idea at all, it would be greatly appreciated.
From our understanding and what you have said, where you found them is primarily their territory. Though this seems to have happened some time ago, over a week, perhaps, that I do not feel is long enough for all of the brass dragons to have retreated and found a new space, especially if the fighting is not happening right now. I would imagine if they are anything like us, some would have returned to their homes, or at least the territory that they are most familiar with. And it seems as if the children of the Scourge, their goal at this point is to eliminate the 5 heads of the 5 chromatic or metallic flights after fulfilling their mission with Drimtal, and I cannot see any reason for them to have stuck around.
Also, are there any really big trees around? Would save me some time.
We are situated on a plateau in the middle of a forest.
I meant more. Never mind.
Well, probably not somewhere where there are more people, right? You'd want it to be kind of away from people interacting. So a tree that's, well, I guess you're right. We're in a forest. So, anywhere I can go to learn more about, I guess, dragons and culture, like a library or a bookstore, or at a different time. Not to go venturing, but I am more interested.
There are many libraries, mostly in the metallic quarters. If you can find an audience or a reason to speak with, he would be advisor Oricrip. He is very much a scholar and historian, and, well, we do work closely as our fields are tangentially linked. Very enthusiastic, especially recently. Feels like he's living out history. I feel like that might blind him from the terribleness of the situation, but it cannot be said that he does not know his field.
I suppose I can pick your brain about something. Um, have you heard of a scale of considerable power being found anywhere?
The only thing of that nature that rings a bell is something that you should not have any knowledge of. And it was intel that came to me, well, months ago.
Do you know from who, by chance? Or are you at liberty of releasing that information?
I know of who. As you observed or seem aware. No, I will not tell you the names or identities of my operatives who work for me.
It came from one of them, though, correct? Not a random.
We are getting into a line of conversation that I am not entirely comfortable with without first knowing how it is you have come across this information.
Um,
All of Advisor Night River's focus now, before as he was talking, even as he was talking to one person, he was scanning the room, and now it's just him and Durand.
I knew someone. I suppose I probably still know them, although it's been ages since I've seen them. Who I didn't notice it at the time or give it any thought. It seems like they might have come in contact with it. Now it's been well over a year, I think almost 2 at this point, since I've seen them. And last I heard, they were heading over here. I feel like finding this person might give us some answers towards maybe even the motive of these happenings.
Who is this person?
Someone I grew up with. Do you...
You dance around their name.
Well, do you want their name? Plainly?
If, as I assume we are speaking of the same thing, it is of probably larger importance than you may be aware that this person, more importantly, that scale is found. So, before you answer, a few months ago, operatives of mine informed me of the actions of what we previously had believed was a dangerous but not primary cause of concern, a cult. A cult that seemed to be growing in strength, growing in followers. A dangerous cult that, outside of their actions, their aggression, we did not take too seriously. They were not a concern. No, not much more than bandits. That is until we got word of the scale. And till we had received word that they had left and subsequently returned from the Empire of Erlishire. What they were doing over there, we do not know. But it has become apparent, at least, though we do not know, it's quite opposite of our intel on the Children of the Scourge. With the Children of the Scourge, we know what they are doing, but we do not know their goal. With this cult, we know their goal, but not what they are doing.
I see. So,
With near certainty, we can say that they are trying to find a way to bridge the gap, to break the divide, and to return Tiamat to this plane.
but that's not related to the children in any way.
As far as we are aware, no. It very well may be, but we have not seen any signs that indicate that they are working together. It seems the Children of the Scourge are very exclusive. Well, no cities have been attacked by anything other than dragons. If they have followers of dragonborn nature, they have not so much as, to our knowledge, they have not so much as pillaged a town.
Timing. What about the timing of everything? Does any of it line up? Since I'm very concerned about time right now. Did the scale
There is
returning
overlap.
cause the great gold, silver, and brass dragon's demise?
Sorry, what did you say?
Basically, did the reoccurrence of the scale on this side of, like, did that happen to line up nearly with, the demise of the first great dragons?
Well, we do not know. We had heard of the scale. We knew it was something that they had needed to acquire. Not much more than a rumor of some legendary artifact of great power. We knew that they sought it, but it wasn't until you, Durand, that we had any confirmation that it even existed. We knew their goal. We did not know. We could not find any confirmation that the scale did exist, nor did we have word that it had returned. We knew that they were trying to find it. We knew that they were trying to find a means to their ends, whether that have been to find the scale or something else. We do not know what they were looking for in the Empire, or whether they found it when they were over there. But you said that one that you have known, one that you say was in possession of the scale, left your empire near 2 years ago with it in their possession,
Yeah,
bound for here.
yeah. That's the last bit of information I have. I could tell you everything about her.
Yes, at another time we will get all that information, but that leaves me to believe one of two things has happened to this person that you know. Either one, they are involved with this cult and have brought the scale to them, or secondly, they are now dead and the scale is in possession of the cult anyway.
I see.
I said that from what I have seen, no connections between the dragons and this cult. They are very separate, but both very real and present dangers in their own rights. You can see him go back and once again scans the room, and the eyes going about as if he's organizing things in his head.
Well, since that's no particular rush and not particularly connected, I can tell you more at a later time then.
I forgot if I had already asked, but are you familiar with the with the names of the elder dragons from the chromatic side? I may have asked, but
From the children of the Scourge.
yeah.
Yes, they are. Even if all we had was based off of legends, the names of great and powerful dragons, it does make them known to us. Only 2 of them, red and black, are actually old enough to call it to be actual children of the Scourge, and we do believe that those are the leaders. The others, though adult, even ancient in their own time on this planet, very powerful, are not nearly that old. So, though we do not know which heads it up, we do believe that it is either the black dragon Vreluk or the red one that leads. One moment, please. Because 9,000 years ago, I wrote down the names of these things with an intent that it would come up probably a little bit before now.
How? How would this have come up before?
I don't know. I keep underestimating my ability to draw out simple things to last 4 fucking episodes. Do you just want their names? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, it's, basically
want
familiarize.
They're edgy.
I mean,
like
Dragon
Sidna the Ember Spark.
it's just to I guess become more familiar with everything.
You made
it
Sidna
doesn't
forever
have-
ago.
Oh yeah, what was the name of the red dragon? I forgot.
What red dragon? Sidna?
Is
The
this
one that you
yeah?
killed?
Yeah. Okay.
Sidna the Ember Spark.
No. I do have another question to.
After this.
Yeah.
All right. I'm including their titles as these are, as with many sort of figures of legend, dragons not excluded. Dragons tend to have they get a reputation about them, like, you know, Alexander the Great, Ivan the Terrible, something, Sidna the Ember Spark, you know, all of that.
Albeit the ones in our history are considerably more boring with their adjective.
Yes, the Great, the
terrible.
the Good, the the he's all right.
And imagine if we were actually cool and gave people fancy
adjectives. Right.
I would have loved to have known Alexander the Ember Spark.
Alexander Ember Spark.
But just Alexander the Great.
Like, there's so many greats. It's not even spectacular or fabulous. Alexander the Fabulous. I'd like to meet him. All right. From our understanding, the two eldest dragons amongst the children of the Scourge are the Black Dragon and the Dread. And we do believe that the leader of this coalition is Vreluk, the Black Dragon, known as the Shadow of the End, or End's Shadow. For when he blocks out the sky, well, I'll let you fill in the gaps.
I'm writing all this information down.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
The Red Dragon, his name is Nistralgar, the Burning Mind, a ferocious, angry, and fiercely intelligent being. Next would be the youngest, most aggressive of the group. From what we have seen, they are more the brute, less cunning attached to their ways and actions than the previous two. Would be the White Dragon, Brilgun, the Frozen Tyrant. Era continuing to write things down, asking for spelling, which I don't understand. Like, all of my names are spelled normally.
Why did you need the second R there, man?
Like Rokskern, he's spelled like that too.
Oh shit! I've been spelling his name wrong.
Because it's like Gur, you know, like Gur.
Right, of course.
You spell Gur with one R. If you do, then you don't really mean it. Then it's like it's not really an angry Gur. It's just like, I slightly disagree with what you have said, or you're making fun of me. That kind of good. That's not that. You don't point out the two L's.
What? Oh. Well, two L's are common. Do we have three?
The green dragon has not been seen for some time, though her influences are more felt. She does her work mostly from her lair, from the back lines, probably next to Nostalgia in terms of sheer cunning and intelligence. It would be more Contra of the seething winds. And the final, around the same age as Morkantra, is the blue dragon, Yildirim Storm's Eye. Those five make up the children of the Scourge.
Wait, what?
He looks to you. I'm sorry.
How do you spell that?
He spells it for you.
Elephorn is looking at Durant questioningly.
Durand is trying to keep a straight face.
You can feel, although they are quick, like trying to be covert as you are, but you can feel the glances of your friends around, the occasional one. Svenkrid, Elevorn, the others, as you attempt to keep a straight face. Does that answer your question, Erda?
One of them, but yeah.
This colleague, former person that you had once known, Durand, you said they were from your childhood. Did you not?
Yes.
You said that they were in possession of this scale, this very dangerous artifact. I cannot imagine where one would come across such a thing, especially not in the Empire. Which leads me to believe that is not where you are originally from. To have found
Elevorn.
such a thing. Sorry, what?
Elevorn turns into a squirrel. She can't take it anymore.
To have found. He sees that, but doesn't miss a beat. To have found such a thing. That is. I will speak candidly, as you know what I am speaking of, as do I. I have no doubts that those around don't already know. But were a fragment of Tiamat to have been left behind on this plane, it would have been here in Draconia. You are from here, as is this friend of yours.
Yes.
When you left, you're trying to keep a straight face, right? Please make a deception check.
Fuck.
Actually, first thing I would like you to do is make a Constitution saving throw. No paladin bonuses.
Ah. Let me see what my paladin bonuses give me. Where is it? Where is my base?
No aura bonuses, basically. So just straight up whatever your Constitution thing says. I don't, unless you already had them in there. I don't know.
I
If you
think
did,
it's...
like what?
Does this tell me what's... Okay, yeah. Alright, I got it. So that tells me what my base is.
Okay.
First, the Constitution?
Yeah.
12.
12. Okay. You're attempting to keep a straight face, is what you said?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, that's in order to deceive. So please make a deception check with disadvantage.
With disadvantage. Wow. 11.
11.
I thought it'd be worse.
You are concerned. Something. Do you wish to tell me, Durand, or shall I try to piece it together on my own? I know that you are from here. I can obviously see your lineage. I know many of the events that have happened both on this side of Draconia and on ours. So, for fear of perhaps getting a detail or two wrong, I allow you the opportunity to explain to me yourself.
Are you familiar with Ulhar Arix?
I am familiar.
That's...
It is what we believe to have been one of the first acts of aggression by the Children of the Scourge. At the time, we did not see the writings on the wall, what it meant or the reasoning behind it. We do believe that it was very Luke, if not one of his operatives, his brood, that carried out the attack. As well as, whether working together knowingly or not, at least in part, some that make up the cult that we were speaking earlier.
There's a nauseating pain in the pit of his stomach.
You survived, if that is where you're from.
Yeah, we were from there. We survived barely, but the most confusing part to try to piece together and everything.
I see. The confusion then is in your name, in your blood. Which I can understand the confusion. does seem as if Yildirim himself is one of, if not the latest one to have joined the Children of the Scourge, to the point where previously we had not even heard of the name. It did seem like prior to recent events, Yildirim had been particularly happy living in isolation. At least that's what I can assume, as we have no intel on this dragon before joining with the children. With that being said, I do not pretend to understand the history, the culture of your clan, or how closely you may or may not have worked with the Eyes of the Storm. But if you do have information, anything that could help us in the coming days, weeks, to combat what is now surely a threat, it's imperative that you tell me.
The problem is with all this additional information, I don't know if anything I can give you is more answers or more questions. Why would Verluk attack us? What was the point of killing almost everyone in my village? And why would Yildirim still be a part of this group? This is what they have done to him and his people.
I have those answers for you. I am sorry.
I thought so.
I do not hold your name or any of that against you. Where you come from, who you are not responsible for the actions of Yildirim. I don't think that if that was a concern to you at all. I noticed you seemed hesitant.
I've only seen Yildirim once. Briefly. Maybe he's the reason I lived through everything. He's the reason I was able to arrive here at the Empire. I was unconscious after the attack. When I awoke, I was here. By the edge of some cliff at the Empire. Not here, my bad. I was there in the Empire. He didn't stay to speak for long. He just advised me that whatever was happening wasn't over, and that I needed to become stronger for some reason.
Well, if that reason is aligned with his current allegiances, I do hope you reconsider. Back to information. The scale. Your friend, you said that they had returned from the Empire to here about 2 years ago. Were they with you then, as you had left Draconia at that time? And did they have it in their possession then?
I don't know where they had got it from, but they had it while we were in the Empire, and they were there with me. It was just me and her.
You would have to have then been on her possession when you arrived here, which means that she brought it from Ulhar Oryx, which is, I must say, one of the last places I would have expected to look for it, but also does explain why that cult would have been involved in the attack on your clan. In the aftermath, once word had reached us about what happened in your clan, which did take some time. Your people were quite isolationist. Someone came across it, and from one mouth to another ear, eventually came to my operatives and to my attention. It does not normally happen that a dragon attacks any that a dragon would attack such an isolated place. No situation for extreme gain of treasure or followers. So we were curious as to why it had happened, and we sent people to investigate. What we found, I'm sure you do not need the full, detailed retelling of the scene that lay before us. Well, before them. It was only later that we had pieced together why the attack may have happened, and only now, with the words you have shared with me, that I can confirm, at least in part, as to why. At least why there were the Dragonborn there. They were after the scale. Why Vreluk was involved, still unclear. As maybe this does indicate that they are working more together than we had once assumed, but still maybe not. However, I get off track a little bit. What I can say yeah, so basically, like, just actually what's going on in the chat here, they might be. There's like that strong indication that they are now with this new information, but it's still, there's the possibility that they could have been doing it for different means. Could have been one using the other, or each other using the other one as well. So they might be linked to the cult, the Children of the Scourge, but outside of this incident, it doesn't seem like there's any of them acting together.
Okay. So aside from this one incident, nothing in the last pretty much 2 years has um, indicated anything that they've been working with one another.
Not here, at least no. Svenkrid chimes in. What about Vasselholm?
Um, what about... Oh, the attack on Vasselholm. Yes. Actually, have you heard of that?
I have not. If it was any time after communications between us
That's
and the
right.
Empire stopped, I would have no way of knowing any of the events that have occurred over on that side of the world.
Recently, I mean, well, not recently, but a couple many months ago. Probably one of the bigger reasons that we had to expedite this trip over here is that dragons had suddenly attacked an empire
one
city.
dragon.
Oh, wasn't it two?
It was Sidna.
Ah, yes. That's right. And along with her, many dragonborn of varying different types.
If that timeline does line up with when, at least, well, 4 months, 3 months, that would make sense for when we had seen the members of the cult leaving in that direction. So it does seem that in some way they are linked. We must discover how. If it would be much easier to bring in for questioning one of these cultists than it would be to find and do the same for the children of the Scourge. Though the dragons would have more information, must start somewhere. But back to what I was telling you before, Durand, I do not know exactly what happened that day, or what happened in the immediate aftermath. I certainly do not know what happened to you. But what we did find out, what we did uncover, you and your friend were not the only survivors of that day.
Oh, well, yes. I've found a few others.
Oh, that is good. Already here.
Well, they're not here.
They had escaped on boats. We actually found them on our way here. Ah. I was speaking of the ones that never left.
There's some still here?
From what we had found, yes. Though after the recent events, I cannot be sure. I had my operatives try to find and track any potential survivors. We had noticed the lack of boats in your harbor. Or, if you could call it that. We assumed many of you fled. We tracked others who, for obvious reasons, did not return to Ulhar Arx. And once they were deemed to be not a threat, we did not pursue them further. However, they were all, when we found them, situated on the wing, and so I cannot say what has happened to them since.
Did anybody talk about the book that they took from the Emerald Collective?
I did not hear of a book.
They stole the Atlas of Creation. It is from before the Scourge. The collective, only translated a bit of it because it was written in Celestial and Elven.
curious. Not ashamed to admit when knowledge comes that I have, though it be it rare, that I have no prior understanding of this atlas of creation that you speak of. This is the first I've heard of it. Svenkard
Damien.
mentions. Well, we also don't know which side of it fled with the Atlas, Elefhorn. Could have been the Dragonborn, but it just as easily could have been the Drow that were in its possession when they fled.
Oh yeah, there was it was not just dragons and Dragonborn. The Drow were involved in that attack as well.
Otherwise, it would be too easy.
Right?
Too easy.
It was. Well, Damien said it had something to do with the hallowed gates, and perhaps the nature of gods themselves.
Well, that would certainly be an item of interest to these cultists, and if they are in possession of both that, if it can do what you are alluding to it being capable of doing, containing that knowledge, they have both that and the scale shard of Tiamat. Maybe the children of the Scourge should it be our primary focus. Though it would be hard to turn attention away from the dragons that are plaguing our lands for more obtuse threat.
Other than, I mean, obviously it's bad enough that the scale could potentially bring back Tiamat, because that seems bad, because, I mean, just any one god might be bad, but, you know, in particular, does it have any other, like, are there stories? Can it control a dragon? Maybe they aren't choosing this. Maybe it is not.
The legends surrounding the scale itself are merely of its existence. What it is capable of, well, legends surrounding its capabilities are more tied to what is believed to have been Tiamat herself's capabilities. Nothing unique to the scale itself. And as, well, there is no knowledge that has survived from the time of the Scourge when Tiamat would have walked and fought on the earth. It cannot be said for sure what her capabilities even were, though being the queen of all chromatic dragons, it would not be outside of the realm of possibility that it could have some amount of control on them, if that is what you're implying to be the cause of Yildirim's seemingly surprising decision to join with the other. Though it might be difficult, but I would not rule out the simple case that whatever this group of dragons is planning, the cause was such that it drew him to them. Until we have more information, he is just as much a danger and threat as any of them. And if you do ever encounter them, do not let your guard down.
It's like squirrels and acorns, right? You don't let other squirrels in to eat your acorns. You know, if you're protecting something powerful, that's why you're isolated, right? That makes sense.
Are you still a squirrel? Are you cheeping?
Yes. No, I've turned back into an elf because I've calmed down. Like, because Duran told him, and I was trying to not tell anything that Duran didn't want. You know, I was like, I have to contain myself somehow because I have so many questions. So now I'm just,
I don't particularly need any peace of mind if Yildirim, for any reason, is working with these other children. He must be stopped by any means.
That I am glad to hear. Well,
I just mean,
Hmm?
maybe your whole thing, your whole culture of like you're alone, you're isolationist, is because you've been protecting that scale all this time. Not to your knowledge, but maybe not even to like use it, just to protect the world from it, you know? Like, doesn't that kind of. I mean, it's just a theory, of course. I don't actually know, but I was just saying, that was the acorns thing.
It's probably something I don't particularly want to think about at the moment.
Well, I believe the tea has gone cold.
Just a bit.
In the morning, you will be sent for. Perhaps not to speak with me, but to one of our other advisors. Some of you may be called for by different individuals. Era, I will have you speak with advisor Oricrypt. You had curiosities. And perhaps some information for them as well. Vos, as far as any logistical needs of Drillheim, you will discuss that with advisor Thales, as well as present the list of requirements for Elavon's endeavor. Elavon, I would hope that you make haste, as you say, was important to finding a means to shore up and ensure the success of your spell once the provisions have been acquired and delivered. Oh, sorry. Retconning, Era, you're meeting with Advisor Tempest, not Oricrypt, the arcane magic one about the Sea of Stars.
Oh, then I'd like to say something or cut him off, I guess. Would you, by chance, also be able to introduce me to, what was his name? Orifice?
Oricrypt.
Oricrypt.
Yeah. It's a very clever name, you see. No.
Yeah?
I was running low on names. So I just mixed orichalcum with cryptic because it's a metal and copper dragons like riddles.
You don't say.
Yeah. It was a better name than like Riddle Copper or something like that, alright?
I should have been a copper dragon.
You should have been?
Yeah.
A punny dragon?
Yeah. I'll think about this again in the future. Another character, possibly.
Possibly. Well, in response to Era, important matters of business first, before personal curiosities. As for Durand, Svenkrid, if you would be amenable, I should like you to meet with Advisor Ignis. He, like me, is in service to the Chroma Regent and oversees our tactics and strategies concerning warfare, which it seems we are advancing towards with the Children of the Scourge and perhaps these cultists at an increasing rate, especially due to this information that you have provided and the arrival of the Empire. Perhaps you could give him a little more insight into what you have brought to the table from across the sea.
Yes, of course.
Then, yes. So meet with him and basically tell him what to expect before our Admiral speaks with him. Precisely, yes. However, though it may not be tomorrow or this week, I'm sure we will speak again. I will have you escorted to a nearby place of lodging. You can spend the night. No expenses. At the very least until the morning.
Okay, that would be fine.
Sven nods and stands up. Thank you for meeting with us, Advisor Night River. He nods, and his attention as he sits back in his chair, one leg folded across the other, is reading and making little edits, it seems, to the notes that he was taking throughout the meeting. He finishes it up and stands to bid you all farewell. As you are escorted out of the manor into the night air outside, you realize how long you had been sitting in there with Advisor Night River. That, and at least for you, Durand, whether it had been the fireplace in the sitting room or the turn the conversation took when you get hit by the crisp air, you realize how warm it was in there. But the six of you are escorted. What's up?
Nothing.
Escorted out of the Sovereign Spire, back through that gate, and not far away to a nearby, looks like upper class type of inn. Not unlike the what was it called? Their Silken something or other in Vasselholm.
Grotto.
Silken Grotto?
Yeah. Yeah. Not unlike that type of that level of establishment. Look inside. That's it looks very spacious, very nice, marble flooring. Again, the architecture, it really does feel like you're in as far away from the Empire as you guys actually are. But with each of you being apparently being summoned by some advisor, you guys begin to go and you get your rooms. The escort that you had informs the person behind the desk that your stay is being accommodated for by Advisor Night River. And as you all get your rooms assigned to you, you get informed where, food and baths may be had. You begin to head up. And before you guys retire for the night, before you even get upstairs, Neridion, you're stopped by the guard who informs you that Advisor Night River would like to speak with you again in the morning. And that's where we'll pick up next time, in about 7 years from now. Enough of a what's going to happen next, hopefully, without being too much of a cliffhanger, like the end of a season.
Wait, how'd I get a what's that gonna happen next? This is all cliffhanger.
This is all? What are you talking about? How is it cliffhanger?
Was Yildirim protecting Tehran, or was he escorting Akara and the Scale because he's part of the Children of the Scourge all along? Or was it
Shit.
that kind of stuff?
All right,
Everything's
so I will
questioned.
just repeat things that have been said. According to their intelligence, Yildirim was the last one to have joined the Children of the Scourge, from what they know.
Yeah, which means he probably joined. Well, actually, that doesn't really date a time that he joined, anyways. He's just the last one.
Yeah, well, that and the acts of that are relatively recent, even to your guys's, even to the timeline of the campaign. It would have been, the attacks would have been happening for maybe about 5-6 months, which would have placed it. Let's see. I would say around. That would be like around worthy time frame, I think. Because you had 3 months back from that. Maybe like leaving Ambervale type of time frame. It might have been like around either worthy or around the Terradiers. Something like that. Anyways. Lots of stuff. Lots of info. Thank you for letting me read the coat of arms out. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
You didn't draw it.
Yeah, I was expecting a drawing. Where's the drawing?
Oh my god.
If you have a drawing, you have to show it.
Yeah. Demonstrate for the class, please.
It's like I got confused about halfway through, and I was like, it's in half diagonally, and there's a book, and there's a flame, and there's dragon scales, but then there was a dragon head somewhere, and I don't know where that went. I didn't understand that part, so
Hold on, I'm drawing it with great detail.
I thought that's what you meant when you said you were designing it. Like,
No,
you just...
I don't design stuff with drawings. I design stuff with words. You know this.
Yeah, you're a wordsmith, but even so.
Yeah, how did you design the map, huh? You do that with words too?
Sometimes, yeah.
It's like you drew those, what are they called? The compass rose things? So I was thinking you had a drawing.
Hand it over. I should have seen this coming. I know how you treat me.
What do you mean?
The Yildirim
But you didn't.
would be part
Did
of
ya,
the bad dragons.
Sucker.
But maybe it's not what you think now. Maybe he was protecting you, and not Akara in the scale. Maybe he didn't know about the scale, but it seems like he probably knew about the scale.
I would imagine he would know about the scale.
This was like the whole reason why your people were isolated is to protect that scale. Just so that it didn't fall into the wrong hands. Because you guys are all like Batman. No, I don't know.
You're all Batman.
You aren't the heroes that the world needs, but you're the heroes it deserves? I don't know. How does that go? I forget now. And why does Horogrip want to... Or, not Horogrip, but the guy, the Night River guy. Why does he want to talk to Neridion? That's exciting.
See, how's that not a cliffhanger?
Does. Next question.
And also, what kind of cool stuff is Eric gonna learn? Because that's cool too. Like, I'm excited. I want to know about the Sea of Stars. I want to know what that is and how to turn it off. We need an off switch.
She's gonna be an astrologian.
Build a remote control just turns it off.
And I don't know where I'm gonna find anything to do my spell. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
What do you mean find anything? You're just gonna say, I need this stuff. You need to do the give him a reason to want to come back bit.
I know. I don't have a great one. Do I have a great one? I don't know. Isn't being in
You
awe of
could
someone...
You could try to pull it out your ass, or you can go find a brass dragon or something.
Then I can't be here in the morning. I gotta go now. I mean, kind of seriously.
Back to the desert.
It's like 4 hours, and then I reset my spells with locate creature, and then I use all my spell slots to find one. It's not a great plan.
I mean, you have time to think about it, so
Oh yeah.
it's gonna be fine.
It's kind of hard to denote colors in gray pencil. I ain't drawing shit in colors for you.
There's
What?
colored pencils in the drawer behind you.
Don't
There you
care.
go.
I'm
Second one
done.
down.
See, the reason why I explain stuff with words and not drawings is because my drawings are shit and it's gonna ruin the description for it.
No, it only helps it. It's a side tool.
See?
I see a lot of pixels.
Pixels.
No, Sally's internet died.
Yeah, my drawing was
Everything's
so horrible.
all pixels. Your pixels, too. I don't know what's wrong with your camera. It's not working right now.
Your entire screen is pixels.
Well, I mean,
Pixels
visible.
literally make up
Never mind.
just.
Pixel blocks.
You look like you belong in Minecraft, okay?
Yeah.
All right, let's go play Minecraft then.
Minecraft.
Hold on, let me take a picture of this shit.
Actually, your camera is now clear. You could hold it up again.
No, because that's what broke it in the first place.
No, it was all pixelated before.
There you go.
Ah,
Mm.
that's not what it says.
What do you mean?
That's not what it says.
What does it say?
It would say it in...
Draconic?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
These facts are wrong.
just like with all of the names of the advisors, I have decided to pre-translate them for you. It's kind
What's the
of
thing
like
at the
how when
top?
you're watching a show and there are like Russians there talking in English, it's implied that they're speaking Russian.
It should be Persevek the Strudre Karger Nam Gith Hisver. That's what it should be.
Alright, so Cars Effect, Intruder, Vietnam, got it, strong. Got it.
So why do they have a pickle helmet?
Why do they have a pickle helmet? Well, you see, it's because... Shut
Oh,
up.
it's a pickle in helmet.
It looks like a pickle in a helmet. That's true. You did that on
It's a
purpose.
pickle in a it.
You did that
Yeah.
on purpose. You put the 2 eyes specifically underneath where the eyes would be, and you gave him a mouth. He was even surprised.
Oh, I'm a
Oh,
pickle. Oh, I'm
funny
here
as
to
shit.
help you.
I'm a pickle in a helmet.
I'm a pickle in
Are pickles
You know
like
what?
a national fruit?
I'm just glad that, you recognized it as a helmet. So that's a win, I guess.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the cloak of scales, but I didn't want to draw each individual scale.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. So you made it a pickle.
I'll show you what I wrote. Like I had written it out in much greater detail than because so here's the thing. I wrote more than what I shared to you guys because I also attached meaning to everything. But like it wasn't. Let me think. As I'm typing it out. Basically, I had attached like meaning to everything, but I didn't tell that to you because it would have been like it's not something that you would get just by seeing it, right? And I normally don't attach exposition like that. Like you guys are watching a movie or reading a book, it's like I more explain stuff to you as you would perceive it, you
Right.
know?
Leave the meaning for us to find.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it. And see, it's like the effort that I put into this that's why I didn't want to draw it because it undermines all of the
No, it
shit
helps.
that I wrote. And it just boils down to, oh, that's a pickle in a helmet. Uh-huh.
No, it helps. Even with the pickle in the helmet.
Even with the pickle in it.
I'm a visual
It's not
learner.
a
Remember,
pickle.
it's a pickle in a helmet. You can't tell me
No,
otherwise,
it's
Sally.
not a pickle. It's
Thank
a
you,
potato.
Sally.
It's a potato? Potatoes don't have...
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, they do.
They don't have circles like that.
Yeah, they do.
That many?
Some do.
I've never seen a
Yeah,
spotted
some
potato.
don't.
Spotted
Ugh.
potato.
Actually, they do have dots.
Really?
Maybe it's because I offered them a potato. So now they
Mm.
worship potatoes.
Yeah, they
My
changed
pickle
it.
was
Everyone change it. Change the code of art right now. Some lady offered me a potato. We have to include that somehow.
No, I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of spots though for a potato. Maybe not though, because they're little ones usually. They're tinier. They're like speckled, kind of.
Thank you. The picture helps.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. I mean, I still load up freaking tabletop for this. I'm a
For what?
visual learner.
Gotcha.
I mean, I know that I said it. It does look like a pickle in a helmet. You know, I understand it better now. Thank you.
No problem.
Wait, so if we're not playing next week, that's perfect. We can play Baldur's Gate.
Maybe.
All according to plan.
All according.
All according to cake.
Good night, everybody.
Good
Nah.
night.
Good night.
Check out the ending thingy. Where is it? Ending.
All right, let me change up the description to have a fucking pickle in a night's helm. That is now canon. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's canon. In my head. It's a head canon.